Thank you very much, Mr. Robles, and the committee will come to order. The committee is meeting today to receive testimony on two bills to resolve Puerto Rico's political status. Under Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at the hearing are limited to the chair and the ranking minority member or their designee. This will allow us to hear from our witnesses sooner and help members keep to their schedules. However, for today's hearing, we will allow the bill sponsors to make a statement in support of their legislation before we turn to the rest of the witnesses. I therefore ask unanimous consent that all other members' opening statements be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted to the clerk by 5 p.m. today or at the close of the hearing, whichever comes first. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. As described in the notice, statements, documents, or motions must be submitted to the electronic repository at hnrcdoc@mail.house.gov. Additionally, please note that as with in-person meetings, members are responsible for their own microphones. As with our in-person meetings, members may be muted by staff to avoid inadvertent background noise. Finally, members or witnesses experience technical problems should inform the committee staff immediately, and that phone number was in your information. We're going to begin opening statements. Let me now turn to the chair will now recognize the vice ranking minority member for Insular Affairs and ranking member designee with respect to her opening statement and with respect to HR 1522, legislation sponsored by herself and Representative Soto. And with that, Representative Gonzalez Colon, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And today, I think the committee is holding the second hearing to address Puerto Rico's political status following the November 3rd referendum, in which a clear majority of voters on the island chose statehood. Also, I think 2 days ago, the Department of Justice issued a report on the constitutional and legal perspective of the bills before us. HR 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admission Act, which I introduced with Congressman Darren Soto from Florida, recognize and respect that Puerto Rico has, throughout the ballot box, exercised its right to self-determination and rejected the current territorial status and voted for statehood. HR 1522 will constitute Congress's response to my constituents on the island. It makes a formal offer of statehood to the American citizens living in Puerto Rico, which will have to be ratified in a federally sponsored referendum. As the DOJ recognized, HR 1522 does not impose or force statehood on the people of the island. It empowers us, as we will have the final say on the matter through our vote, the only true and proven self-determination process. The bill follows the precedent established for Alaska and Hawaii, setting forth a binding self-executing process to admit Puerto Rico as a state should a majority of the voters favor it. The other bill, HR 2070, blatantly ignores the will of the people of Puerto Rico and the voters and has serious constitutional flaws, according to the Department of Justice. During our last hearing, it also became clear that this bill attempts to mislead voters in Puerto Rico by establishing a complicated status convention process in which just a few delegates could come up with a fanciful or unconstitutional status options. It even goes as far as saying that Congress will be required to ratify whatever options come out of this process, something Congress cannot constitutionally bind itself to do, as the DOJ report has explicitly pointed out. The DOJ also stated that the only two non-territorial status options consistent with the US Constitution are statehood and independence. We don't need a status convention to tell this to Congress or to the people of the island. Any other option that this convention may come up with will be incompatible with the US Constitution. Mr. Chairman, a few days ago, on a separate matter, the Department of Justice announced that it will defend before the Supreme Court the constitutionality of the law that excludes Puerto Rico residents from the Supplemental Security Income, or SSI as we know the program. Some members of Congress, including members of this committee, rightfully denounce this decision, calling for a legislative solution and a permanent fix to this unequal treatment. And it's true that Congress can pass legislation to give Puerto Rico access to SSI and to other federal programs under which we are excluded. As the island's sole representative in Congress, I have introduced multiple bills to achieve this and will continue to advance these efforts. But it's similarly true that a future Congress could take away that access. And that's because as a territory, we will always be as a Congress at a Congress mercy. And Mr. Chairman, the so-called parity is not equality, and it's not a permanent solution. And that's why we must respect Puerto Rico's vote and support HR 1522, because statehood will guarantee full and permanent equality for the 3.2 million citizens living on the island. And only statehood guarantees constitutional citizenship. Now, as we discuss a path forward in this committee, we must also make a choice. Are we going to ignore the will of the voters on the island and pretend that we know better than them? Or are we going to stand with our fellow citizens living in Puerto Rico and respect their vote for full equality and for statehood? I assume we're going to do the correct thing and assure HR 1522 is going to be passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields, and thank you, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, for your statement. And now the chair recognizes the sponsor of HR 2070, the gentlelady from New York, Representative Velasquez, for 5 minutes. Ms. Velasquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to you and the ranking member for holding this second hearing on the issue of status for Puerto Rico. There is a popular saying in Spanish that goes like this: El río siempre vuelve a su cauce, which translates to the river always makes it to the delta. And here we are today with newly issued reports from the U.S. Department of Justice confirming what we have been saying all along. The past plebiscites have never produced any permanent results, that statehood is not a done deal, and that Puerto Ricans need to freely vote on all possible options. And more importantly, that the DOJ only explicitly supports my bill and not HR 1522, the statehood bill. So here we are at the Delta. After reading DOJ's reports, it is now clear, more clear than ever, that the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act is the inclusive democratic approach to solving Puerto Rico status, while the statehood admission bill is a one-sided, undemocratic bill that does not even achieve the aim it supposedly purports. I want to thank Chairman Grijalva for requesting these reports, which revoke the talking points on statehood that have been pushed by politicians and lobbyists to the tune of about $12 million since 2013. For years, Puerto Rican statehood leaders have used the promise of admission as a state for their own political and electoral purposes. They have lied time and again about how close statehood for Puerto Rico really is, the alleged massive support it has, and all the benefits of this option, at times downplaying the responsibility it will carry. HR 1522 is not different, and the DOJ agrees. First and foremost, HR 1522 proponents argue this bill is self-executing and that statehood is automatic. That is false. The DOJ report clearly states that the bill itself will not admit Puerto Rico as a state, and in fact, recommends a new name for this bill, and I quote, the department recommends that the title of the bill be the Puerto Rico Statehood Determination Act or simply the Puerto Rico Statehood Act, so as not to imply that admission of Puerto Rico as a state is a fait accompli. So even the name of the bill is misleading. Secondly, HR 1522 has been advertised on the false premise that Puerto Ricans already decided in favor of statehood. Wrong. The DOJ questions the validity of the past plebiscites by noting that the ballot propositions in 2012 and 2017 contained inaccuracies and were potentially misleading, and that the premise of the 2020 plebiscite was faulty. Finally, opponents of the HR 2070 argue that my bill is too complex. Wrong again. DOJ notes that it is in line with the Constitution to provide the voters of Puerto Rico with clear notice of what they will be approving. My bill is the only bill that offers a clear, transparent, inclusive, and democratic way for Puerto Ricans to be informed on the consequences of becoming a state or on any other future status. In fact, my bill creates an educational campaign and allocates money for such purposes. It also requires transitional plans accompany options during a vote. A decision to become a state of the Union binds Puerto Ricans forever. The voters in Puerto Rico have the right to know, understand, and vote upon the terms and conditions for each of the status options. My bill offers Puerto Ricans the opportunity to define for themselves the status option that they will vote for. Bear in mind that after the statehood option lost in 1993 plebiscite, the statehood party vowed never to allow others to present their own status options and instead craft subsequent plebiscites and status options on their own accord. That explains the one-sided, undemocratic referendum we have had today. If we truly want to solve the issue of status for the island, we need to give Puerto Ricans the tools to design a true self-determination process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields, and thank the gentlelady for her statement. And Madam Ranking Member, is Mr. Westerman going to be here to make a statement as the ranking member or not?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me now recognize myself for an opening statement. As was stated, we're meeting today for a second day of hearings on HR 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admissions Act, and HR 2070, the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act of 2021, both of which are seeking to conclusively address the island's future political status after 123 years as a territory of the United States. When we met for the first hearing in April, we heard from elected officials from Puerto Rico, including the governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who urged passage of the bill they supported. Today, we will hear from academics, residents of Puerto Rico, and mainland leaders who will also address their preferred solution to Puerto Rico's political status. The journey to address Puerto Rico's political status began in 1952 when the U.S. enacted legislation establishing the current relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States. Since then, there has been a series of plebiscites to find out whether the residents of Puerto Rico were satisfied with the current territory status or if they wanted to change it. The most recent of these plebiscites yield support in favor of statehood, which led to the introduction of the two bills that are before us today. At our last hearing, there was debate and discussion of whether the residents of Puerto Rico desire a permanent union with the United States and that guarantees their U.S. citizenship and equal rights and responsibilities as American residing in the 50 states. We also heard arguments insisting that the residents of Puerto Rico are still unsure of agreeing to a permanent union and should therefore be allowed to debate and discuss all the non-territory status options available through a status convention. As you are all aware, we reached out to the Biden administration's Department of Justice for an assessment of the two bills. I want to thank the department for submitting the information to the committee in a timely manner so it could be available to all of us for this meeting. And in summary, the official reports indicate that the Department of Justice supports providing the people of Puerto Rico the opportunity to vote on whether on whether to become a state of the union, as HR 1522 would do. Also, that the department would support HR 2070 if it facilitates a choice among three constitutionally permissible status options: statehood, independence, and territory status. We anticipate today's hearing will be similar to our first hearing, but also a focus on DOJ's opinions on the two pieces of legislation before us today. Once again, I want to be straightforward with the residents of Puerto Rico and my colleagues on this committee. This issue is a divisive issue in Congress for both parties. There is uncertainty around what would happen if there were a committee or floor vote on either of these bills. Nevertheless, I recognize this committee's responsibility in playing a leading and constructive role in resolving this issue, which is a priority for the people of Puerto Rico. For this reason, I'm committed to moving this process forward. The committee is approaching a decision-making point, which is what the residents of Puerto Rico expect and deserve. With that in mind, I want to welcome our witnesses. Also want to welcome our former colleague, former Representative Luis Gutierrez, who is here with us today. I look forward to receiving all your testimonies, and I will begin. Let me first of all ask the witnesses today if request of them if they're encouraged to participate in our witness diversity survey created by the Congressional Office of Diversity and Inclusion. They may refer to that information and where to access that on our invitation materials that was sent to you. Let me now introduce the witnesses, and in doing so, let me remind the witnesses that our committee rules, they must limit their oral statements to 5 minutes, but that their entire statement will appear in the hearing record. And when you begin, the timer will begin. It will turn orange when you have 1 minute remaining. I recommend that members and witnesses join remotely use the stage view so that they may pin the timer on their screen. After your testimony is complete, please remember to mute yourself to avoid any inadvertent background noise, and I will also allow the entire panel to testify before questioning witnesses, and that questioning process will occur based on seniority and those members in that category that are present with us today. With that, let me begin by formally inviting our former colleague and dear friend of mine, the Honorable Luis Gutierrez, former Representative, Illinois 4th District from Chicago. Congressman, you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir. Gutierrez?
Respectful, so I muted it. Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, and members of the committee. Puerto Rico is a nation, a colonized nation, but a nation nonetheless. Its colonization began first under the Spanish Empire in 1493, and then under the U.S. imperialism in 1898. Puerto Rico identity and nationality was born in resistance to colonialism, that today continues to manifest itself most brightly in the ongoing struggle for decolonization and for self-determination. Two brilliant and visionary Puerto Rican women have proposed a bill to end the over 122 years of U.S. colonization of Puerto Rico. Representatives Nidia Velázquez and Alexandria Cortez are the embodiment of Lola Rodríguez de Tio and Mariana Bracetti. Their bill outlines a careful and inclusive mechanism whereby Puerto Ricans could establish a constitutional assembly to openly discuss, debate, and ultimately select a non-territorial status option. The Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act of 2021 represents the only genuine democratic legislation about Puerto Rico status before the 117th Congress. I would like to say that it seems to me that democracy and the foundation is based on the pillars of allowing for dissent, of allowing for different opinions, of allowing people to debate and discuss, and for all of those opinions to be respected. The only bill that does that is the bill presented by Congresswoman Nidia Velázquez and Ocasio-Cortez. The statehood bill, you cannot say the same of it. I just want to quickly go back to 2017. In 2017, there was a plebiscite in Puerto Rico. The statehood party controlled the House, the Senate, the governorship. They determined all of the definitions of all of the
This
statuses.
meeting is being recorded.
And they defined all of the statuses. And guess what happened? They got a whopping 97%. They did so good that they had to do a repeat 4 years later because no one bought, because not even Putin gets 97% of the vote. But why did they get 97% of the vote? Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, because people boycotted the process, because the people of Puerto Rico felt that this was an imposed process on them. And how did they demonstrate their rejection of the plebiscite? Through a boycott. Now let's remember, that's what Gandhi did to bring down the empire of Britain. That is what the civil rights movement did under Martin Luther King to bring about justice and fairness and civil rights. It is what the farm workers did in saying we will boycott the lettuce that Cesar Chavez led to fairer working conditions. It is a political tool that has been used by the resistance ad memoriam. And it is one that the Puerto Rican people used in 2017. So let's just discard that. Nobody believes they got 97%, not even the proponents of the statehood bill. Why? They figured they had to do it all over again. And what did they do? They said, next time we're going to force people to have to vote. But guess what they did? This time they said, only thing we're going to allow the people of Puerto Rico to consider is statehood. Yes or no? We're not going to allow them to consider independence. We're not going to allow them to consider free association. We're not going to allow them to consider any other option, non-territorial. That's what Nidia Velázquez's bill does, because Nidia Velázquez's bill is based on the pillar of what? Respecting other people's opinion and bringing about consensus so that we can move forward, not the statehood bill. Listen, I think I might be only one of very few here that was actually in Puerto Rico during the last November election that we celebrated last November. Guess what? The people in Puerto Rico didn't take that referendum seriously. The Department of Justice didn't take the referendum seriously. They promised the people of Puerto Rico that if they voted for statehood and they won, the Congress would immediately allow them to enter as the next state. I know that's not what they say here, but there is a duality of what they say before the Congress of the United States and what they say on the island of Puerto Rico. I've lived there for the last 2.5 years and I've heard it plenty. I want everyone to understand that when they got a whopping 52%, wow, just imagine, you exclude all your opposition, you only give the people one alternative, your alternative, and you get a whopping 52%. Not quite the mandate I think we would all consider, especially when you get to win, because you are the only alternative. Nidia Velázquez and Ocasio-Cortez allow the people of Puerto Rico to define the status issues non-territorial in conjunction with this committee and with the Congress of the United States, so that when it finally happens, it happens for real. And Mr. Chairman, I campaigned for Biden. I campaigned for Biden all across the country. Biden won the election. Biden campaigned for president of the United States, saying that he would not listen to that plebiscite. That plebiscite, he would ensure that the only plebiscite he would listen to is one that heard all the different voices. And that is in spite of the fact that he supports statehood for Puerto Rico. He said, no, I'm only going to promote and accept and campaign on the basis of the people of Puerto Rico allowing to freely accept and promote a status that they determine, always and when multiple different versions in the referendum are put before the people of Puerto Rico. You know what? That's Nidia Velázquez's bill. Maybe we should amend it to the Biden bill, because it reflects in its entirety what President Biden campaigned on for the people of Puerto Rico. Listen, the people of the United States of America elected that man Biden. We should respect the will of the people of the United States of America and allow the people of Puerto Rico to have a free and open discussion. Two other things that I think are important. The proponents of statehood demand that we respect, according to them, their civil rights, but they do not respect the civil rights of the LGBT community in Puerto Rico. Homophobic slurs are abundant in the rhetoric of the statehood party in Puerto Rico. They do not respect the right of women and her reproductive rights in the legislation in Puerto Rico. They recently had a bill in which they say we will protect the unborn. Everybody knows what that means. Women don't get to decide about their reproductive rights. They went even further, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, in saying to the LGBT community, apart from the homophobic slurs that are abundant, they went and said, you know what? We're going to debilitate the right of a gay couple to have a child when they reform the legislation. This is a party that demands and says we come before the Congress of the United States demanding equal rights and demanding that our civil rights are protected, but they don't protect the civil rights and the human rights of the people of Puerto Rico. And lastly, let's be clear. The false premise on the basis of which the people of Puerto Rico, they said, vote for statehood and poverty will vanquish. Well, Mr. Chairman, we know since 1971, the 15th Congressional District of the state of New York has had a Puerto Rican in the leadership. That district is the iconic Puerto Rican district. And guess what? Unfortunately and tragically and sadly, it is the poorest congressional district of 435. They have lived statehood for the last 50 years, and yet they are still the poorest. Statehood does not eliminate poverty. What eliminates poverty is the fight against income inequality, raising the minimum wage, and fighting for social justice.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, and I will, to one of the other folks, I will provide the courtesy of extending time. Let me now recognize Dr. Rafael Cox Almorar, Professor of Constitutional Law, at the University of District of Columbia. Doctor, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Due to the fact that the DOJ only recently published its legal opinions on both bills, I find it necessary to devote my opening statement to addressing some of the more salient conclusions put forward by the Department of Justice in its legal memoranda. Observation number one, while highly persuasive, DOJ opinions on territorial issues are not binding or controlling on Congress. Congress alone possesses constitutional authority to make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territories. When the framers assembled in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787, they agreed to delegate exclusive authority over the territories to the legislative branch, not to the executive branch. This committee should be mindful of this nuance because it goes to the heart of America's separation of powers arrangement. Observation number two, along similar lines, the Supreme Court alone and not the DOJ is the final interpreter of the federal constitution, as Chief Justice Marshall hinted at in Marbury v. Madison. Observation three, international law, in the words of Justice Gray in the Paqueta Habana case, is part of our law. Under both the United Nations Charter and the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the United States is bound to decolonize Puerto Rico if its people so choose. The Department of Justice's opinions leave this aspect of the conversation untouched. This is highly problematic because, after all, Puerto Rico came under U.S. sovereignty pursuant to an international treaty, namely the Treaty of Paris of 1899, and the United Nations has never fully relinquished its authority to revisit the Puerto Rico case for its authority under the Charter, which is an international agreement which was ratified by the U.S. Senate. Observation number four, while it is true, as the Department of Justice suggests, that the territory is a constitutional option, nothing in the Constitution requires its inclusion in the ballot. The inclusion or rejection of the territorial option is a matter of policy. It is not a matter of constitutional law. Observation number 5. Although free association shares important foundational elements with full independence, it must be distinguished from independence in significant respects, as the International Court of Justice has intimated in the Namibia and Western Sahara cases. No one could possibly suggest that Palau or the Republic of the Marshall Islands are on an equal footing with East Timor, now fully independent from Indonesia, or that Greenland's legal status is identical to that of Denmark, or that Curaçao, San Martin enjoy the same political arrangement as the independent Republic of Suriname, also a former Dutch colony. Under free association, Puerto Rico would be sovereign in an international sense, but still be bound to the U.S. on the basis of a unique relationship carved out by both contracting parties in light of their geostrategic needs and realities. This committee should be well advised to look at the various free association arrangements around the world, in particular the British, the Dutch, the Danish, the Finnish. There is no one-size-fits-all approach with respect to free association, as the DOJ appears to suggest. Observation number 6, and finally, the DOJ's contention that PROMESA is not incompatible with statehood raises very tough questions of first impression under the so-called equal footing doctrine. In the final analysis, if history has taught us anything, is that the resolution of the Puerto Rico status conundrum is not so much a constitutional issue as it is an issue of political will or lack thereof. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Thank you very much, Doctor. And the next witness, the Director of the Caribbean Institute of Human Rights in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Ms. Annette Martinez Orabona. The 5 minutes are yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Grijalva and members of the committee. My name is Annette Martinez Orabona, and I am an international human rights law professor at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico School of Law. This is not the first time that Congress engages in a discussion of the political future of Puerto Rico. But one fundamental aspect that is repeatedly missing in this discussion is that self-determination is first and foremost a fundamental human right, which is well defined by specific international norms. This set of norms have been accepted by the United States when it signed and ratified one of the most important international human rights treaties, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which very clearly establishes under Article 1 the right to self-determination. This means that self-determination is not a matter of purely internal or domestic jurisdiction. It is actually a matter of international relations, and it is important to emphasize this particular difference. This is not a matter of minority rights, but a matter of a distinct people with a distinct identity, a distinct territory under colonial rule for over 123 years. HR 2070 actually does include this recognition of the international law as a matter of importance for this discussion. What this also means is that administrative states are not free to decide when and how self-determination is to be exercised. Under international law, self-determination is a legal entitlement recognized to peoples in colonized territories. And its valid exercise entails obligations of conduct and obligations of outcome. In terms of the duty of conduct, we are talking about conditions present in the territory at the time of the exercise of self-determination, as well as the process itself, which needs to be transparent, participatory, and it needs to reflect a clear understanding of what the options are, and a level of participation that leaves no doubt as to the will of the people. It is important to recognize as well that the conditions present in a territory may affect the legitimacy of a process. A process of decolonization should not be presented as a desperate possibility of survival, Administrative states have a responsibility of a fiduciary character, which requires the adoption of measures designed to advance the economic, social, and cultural freedoms of the peoples in these territories. Conditions of economic freedom and stability are necessary so that political self-determination does not become a futile, invalid exercise. In other words, economic dependency, poverty, and starvation may inhabilitate the free exercise of this right. In this sense, I may say the imposition of the Financial Oversight Board was a step in the wrong direction and runs contrary to the international obligations of the state, which require more independent, democratic means of governance, not less. Secondly, decolonization is a matter that requires an environment of mutual trust, where both parties interact as equals, each exercising their full autonomy and sovereign powers. In that sense, the United States needs first to rectify the record of what happened in 1952, providing accurate and up-to-date information on the current status of Puerto Rico to the United Nations. And secondly, recognizing that the people of Puerto Rico are a distinct nation with a sovereign right to self-determination. In terms of the options identified under international law as acceptable decolonization outcomes, there are three very straightforward, clear alternatives, which are independence, free association, and integration with another state. It should be clear, though, that the right to self-determination does not allow for a colonial relationship to remain intact. This means that in the case of Puerto Rico, any inclusion of an option of a territorial character that will maintain the status quo is not a valid option of decolonization. International law explicitly prohibits colonialism by consent. In the case of integration, the international community has always been suspicious of a non-self-governing territory's integration into its former colonial power for very obvious reasons. And in fact, of the approximately 100 non-self-governing territories that have been placed on the UN list since 1945, around 70 have gained independence, and integration with the former colonial power has occurred on fewer than 10 occasions. To finalize, I would like to add that any process of decolonization must be accompanied by a transitional plan that spells out the international responsibility of the United States and guarantees measures of redress with concrete reparations for the multiple human rights violations committed during its colonial rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields. Let me now turn to Reverend Carmen Cabrera, President, League of United Latin American Citizens, Faith Council. Reverend, 5 minutes are yours.
Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Committee on Natural Resources. I am honored today to join you in this hearing of HR 2070 and HR 1522. I appear before you today in representation of the Puerto Rico chapter of the League of United Latin American Citizens, also known as LULAC, the oldest and most widely respected Hispanic civil rights organization in the United States of America. I also appear before you in representation of the majority of voters in Puerto Rico, like as me, voted last November to choose statehood as the permanent political status for the island. I was born, raised, and have lived in Puerto Rico all of my life. I know firsthand the geography, culture, arts, politics, and the faith in God of the Puerto Rican people. I also know firsthand that the people of Puerto Rico hope is to soon wake up in a place where justice and equality shine upon all more than the sun at noon, in a place where the limbo of territorial second-class citizenship has been abolished and where full democracy and voting rights at the federal level prove our equality as American citizens. Puerto Ricans have incredible talents, skills, and make countless contributions to America in fields like music, art, sport, and science. We even have a proud Puerto Rican astronaut in NASA, Joseph Acabal, a true patriot hero. Yet these contributions pale in comparison to the sacrifice and bloodshed by our Puerto Rican soldiers who had fought and died defending America's liberty and democracy. The value of their lives and the sacrifices of their families who have seen their loved ones come back in a flag-draped coffins can never be fully repaid by America. Yet, the least that Congress can do is to respect the will of the majority of voters of Puerto Rico that have demanded equality and extend a formal offer of statehood so that island residents can make a final choice. As a leading national civil rights organization, LULAC advocates for all American citizens, including those in Puerto Rico, to have equal rights and equal opportunities. But the simple truth is that as long as the island remains a territory, Congress will continue to treat Puerto Rico unequally and deny them full rights and representation of the at the federal level. For these reasons, here in Puerto Rico, we endorse H.R. 1522 by Representative Darren Soto and Resident Commissioner Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, which respect the will of the majority of voters in Puerto Rico and we oppose H.R. 2070. Why? Because H.R. 2070 seeks to present a perspective on the history, feelings, and suffering of the people of Puerto Rico as if we were a separate nation, and in doing so, it fails to give a definite solution to the vast majority who treasure our American citizenship. Instead, H.R. 1522 offers proven medicine that will put an end to citizen disenfranchisement, inequality to Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico had already been a state. If Puerto Rico had already been a state and not just a territory, when the island was ravaged by Hurricanes Maria, shaken by the earthquake, and enveloped by the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government's response would have been very different when dealing with these life and death events that have greatly affected our island and its people. If we had already been a state and not just a territory, the disaster relief would have come more quickly, saved more lives, and the ongoing post-disaster reconstruction will have made much more progress than it has in the last 4 years. We already voted to choose statehood. Congress needs to act now. Thank you for the privilege of speaking here today. I truly believe that God has placed in your hands the opportunity to do justice by the people of Puerto Rico, and I humbly ask that in considering this issue, not only use your minds and your reason, but that you look into your hearts for the right things to do. May God bless you all and enlighten you to understand and pass H.R. 1522. Thanks.
Thank you, Reverend. And let me now invite Dr. Cristina Ponce Kraus, and welcome back. She was at a previous hearing, the last hearing, Professor of Constitutional Law, Columbia University, New York, New York. Doctor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Cristina Ponce Kraus. I'm a law professor at Columbia University and a scholar of Puerto Rico's constitutional status, and I am Puerto Rican. I testified at the hearing in April, and I appreciate the invitation to appear again today. At the April hearing, I explained why I support H.R. 1522 and oppose H.R. 2070. Today, I will comment on the DOJ's legal analysis, with which I agree. I will take issue with one policy conclusion in the DOJ report, and I will respond to several criticisms of H.R. 1522 that have been made by its opponents. In April, I identified 2 flaws in H.R. 2070. That it opens the door to unconstitutional status options and that it purports to bind Congress to ratify whatever option the people of Puerto Rico choose. The DOJ report confirms the existence of both of these flaws. On the first flaw, the DOJ report confirms that by failing to specify the available options, 2070 implicitly includes non-territorial Commonwealth, which is not a constitutional option. On the second flaw, the DOJ confirms that 2070 makes an illusory promise by stating that Congress, quote, shall approve, end quote, a joint resolution ratifying whatever option Puerto Ricans choose following a convention. The DOJ explains that instead, Congress may offer one or more constitutionally valid options to Puerto Rico and give Puerto Ricans the option to accept or reject such an offer. That, of course, is exactly what HR 1522 does. As this last point suggests, the DOJ approves of two basic approaches to Puerto Rican self-determination: a referendum, which is a yes-no vote on one option, or a plebiscite, which is a vote among all the options. I agree. However, I disagree with the DOJ's policy conclusion that a plebiscite must also include the current territorial status, and clearly I am not alone. The DOJ defends this conclusion on the ground that it is simply adhering to the longstanding executive branch policy of neutrality among the legally permissible options. But the fact that an option is legally permissible does not mean that it is legally required. The sole purpose of both bills is to end Puerto Rico's perpetual territorial status. With all due respect to the executive branch, it is nothing short of incoherent to insist that a territorial status be included among the options for ending it. The executive branch should remain faithful to the principle of democratic equality for all US citizens and abandon its neutrality toward continued colonialism. The United States should enthusiastically support the ending of Puerto Rico's territorial status while remaining neutral among Puerto Rico's constitutional non-territorial options: statehood and independence with or without free association. Finally, I will respond to three criticisms of HR 1522. First, critics of 1522 argue that Congress should not respond to the November referendum with an offer of statehood because voter turnout was too low and the margin of victory was too slim. These objections are factually baseless. Neither turnout nor the margin of victory was abnormally low. But even if they had been, the objections are a red herring. Neither international law nor US domestic law predicates the legitimacy of a democratic vote, including a self-determination vote, on turnout or supermajority requirements. It is not a coincidence that HR 2070 includes neither. Second, critics of 1522 argue that it is not inclusive, whereas 2070 is. The criticism fails to recognize that 1522 is merely one step in a longer, larger process, including a fully inclusive debate in Puerto Rico that led to the election of a government that ran on a platform of holding a vote on statehood. It also fails to recognize that a yes-no referendum is a valid self-determination process under both domestic and international law. Third, some statehood opponents object to 1522 on the ground that Puerto Rico is a nation and that self-determination for a nation cannot include statehood. But international law itself recognizes the right of even a nation to choose integration into another nation. In sum, these criticisms of HR 1522 are without merit. HR 1522 provides a clear, careful, and constitutionally sound approach to self-determination, and Congress should enact it. Thank you.
Much, Dr. Yields. Let me now turn to Professor Andres Cordova, Professor of Property Law, Inter-American University of Puerto Rico. Professor, 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking the House Committee for holding these hearings on the two bills addressing Puerto Rico's political status question. Any public discussion which draws attention to the political disenfranchisement of Puerto Rico's American citizens is in itself already a step in the right direction. Instead of repeating what has already been so eloquently stated by others in the previous hearings on the urgency of moving forward with HR 1522, I would like to focus my attention on certain fundamental aspects of HR 2070, which I believe require closer scrutiny. HR 2070 calls on the rights of the people of Puerto Rico to convoke a status convention to which they would exercise what is referred to as their natural right to self-determination. The unexpressed assumption of the bill is that Puerto Ricans are not Americans, notwithstanding their American citizenship. From a legal perspective, its justification implicitly relies on international legal principles. At the time of its creation in 1945, the United Nations included Puerto Rico under the list of non-autonomous territories. In 1952, the United States Congress authorized Puerto Rico to draft its own constitution and create its own local self-governing institutions. Upon ratification, the United States informed the United Nations that Puerto Rico had acquired a level of self-government that justified its exclusion of the list of non-autonomous territories. In 1953, the United Nations exempted the United States from presenting further reports on Puerto Rico, exemption which continues to this day. In 1960, the United Nations approved Resolution 1514, which declared the rights of national self-determination and decolonization. Those factions which favor independence have long tried to have Puerto Rico relisted as a colonial possession subject to the jurisdiction of the United Nations. Notwithstanding the consistent recommendation by the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization, led by Cuba and Venezuela, the General Assembly has rejected the committee's recommendations on 38 separate occasions. The long-held political strategy of the pro-independence factions, for evident reasons, has been to place the status question within the context of international law, to underscore the political and legal differences between the people of Puerto Rico and the people of the United States. Contrary to these efforts, the United States has historically argued, correctly in my estimation, that the issue regarding Puerto Rico's political future is a domestic matter, under the jurisdiction of the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Surely international law is relevant, but always within the constitutional context, not the other way around. It should be noted how the Department of Justice recent comments on HR 2070 exclude international law from its analysis. By virtue of 1898, the Treaty of Paris, Spain ceded Puerto Rico to the United States, under which terms the United States acquired the right to dispose of the civil rights of its inhabitants as accorded by Congress. In 1990, the FORCA Act created the civil government of Puerto Rico, among other provisions. We should highlight that the people of Puerto Rico as a legal category is a creation of statute and not of any philosophical claim of political identity. Although it is true that international treaties signed by the United States are part of statutory law as supreme law of the land, they are still under the Constitution. Contrary to what some would have us believe, international treaties and obligations are not above constitutional authority. When Congress exercises its plenary powers under the territorial clause, international provisions do not govern its actions, which in any case are not self-executing according to long-held judicial precedent. In Commonwealth of Puerto Rico versus Sanchez Valle in 2016, the Supreme Court left no doubt that Puerto Rico's sovereignty lies in the United States, in Congress, and that any sovereign claim to the contrary must pass to the territorial clause. The Department of Justice's comments on HR 2070, questioning the bill's claims of, and I quote, inherent authority of Puerto Rico's legislature to convene a status convention, is an elegant critique drawn from this same principle. The fundamental purpose of the promoters of the status convention is to lay the legal groundwork for Puerto Rico to claim sovereignty over and against the United States and the will of the same people they claim to represent. As a matter of political reality, Puerto Ricans have been exercising their right to self-determination in every electoral process since 1952 and subsequent general elections and local plebiscites since then, albeit incompletely and inconclusively. As a matter of democratic vocation, the next step in this long overdue process is a federally mandated referendum. I endorse HR 1522 with amendments if required, and I oppose HR 2070. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Let me now, our final witness, Dr. Jose Carabello Cueto, Professor Economics, University of Puerto Rico. Doctor, 5 minutes are yours and you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 45 years ago, arguably, was the last time that Congress took a strong action to boost Puerto Rico's economies when Section 936 tax code was enacted. After that policy, we have observed many congressional hearings, but few to no positive economic policies. Some observers are betting on the new geopolitics in the Caribbean, such as the China's Belt and Road influence on Latin America, as a way for pushing Congress to favor Puerto Rico again, but that is just a theoretical scenario. The bottom line is that no matter how much federal funds are sent to Puerto Rico for long-term economic development, Puerto Rico needs a fundamental change in its political relationship with the U.S. Fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies are key to economic development, but Puerto Rico has barely any control over this. The monetary policy, for instance, exchange rates and interest rate imposed on Puerto Rico by the Federal Reserve, also known as the Fed, is not designed for the island, and sometimes the Fed exacerbates the economic conditions of this territory. Puerto Rico has almost no representation in the Fed. The local fiscal policy is now handled by the Fiscal Control Board imposed by Congress, reducing the elected official authority. Industrial policies such as preferential taxes to manufacturing industries have been recently managed by Congress without major considerations of Puerto Rico. For instance, the GILTI, the Global Intangible Low Tax Income, is also harming the remnant of the industrial sector in Puerto Rico, and if the global taxation of 15% is extended to the island, it will have a similar or even greater negative effect. For some unexplained reasons, Congress provides better economic tools to other territories. The U.S. Virgin Islands is exempt from the Jones Act, and the Northern Mariana Island and Guam have a visa waiver program that boosts their tourism. The Jones Act does not just increase import costs, according to most studies. Moreover, it excludes Puerto Rico from international logistics. In 2015, Puerto Rico paid in federal taxes almost 5 times more than the taxes paid by other U.S. territories combined. Both sovereignty and statehood provide better economic prospects than the current status. Sovereignty will let Puerto Rico implement tailor-made fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies, for instance, protection for local businesses, without being subject to the Interstate Commerce Clause. In addition, it will also liberate the island from the Jones Act and other regulations. But independence also has its costs. Most federal funds received in Puerto Rico are contractual benefits, such as the Social Security, Medicare, and veteran benefits. Part of the difference could be substituted with remittance from abroad. However, without the remaining federal transfer, local government must be very efficient. All in all, if economic actors take full advantage of the benefits of sovereignty, the disadvantages can be outweighed. In the case of statehood, fiscal, industrial, and monetary policies will not depend on the sympathy of Congress and the Fed, but on the negotiation that takes place when representatives from Puerto Rico have voting power. Just by receiving supplemental security income and parity in nutritional assistance, the poverty rate will decrease by 14 percentage points in Puerto Rico. In addition, by being fully annexed, Puerto Rico will take advantage of its insured competitive edge over states in terms of wages and will receive more investment from the states. In the case of Hawaii, its economy or gross state product did not decline after annexation, although structural changes were felt by the population. Statehood also carries disadvantages. Firstly, federal taxation will impact the middle class and small and medium-sized enterprise of the island. Secondly, many multinational manufacturers that operate as controlled foreign corporations in Puerto Rico will move to a third country, shrinking the industrial base even further. However, the disadvantages of statehood are probably not worse than the disadvantages of the colony. That's why my first recommendation is to strongly oppose the recommendation of the U.S. Department of Justice to include the territorial status and to avoid specific mandates to the federal government. Excluding the territorial status is a consensus that I identify here. After all, this is the same Department of Justice that opposed parity in SSI to Puerto Rico. Both HRs, number 2, should specify that if statehood is not supported by either a majority of Puerto Rico or by the federal government itself, the U.S. government will end the territorial status on a specific day. Number 3, change the PROMESA Act so that the Fiscal Control Board disappears once the debt restructuring ends. Number 4, exclude Puerto Rico from the global tax of 15% and the GILTI taxation, and for any other measure that entails a greater erosion of the industrial policies of Puerto Rico. Number 5, exclude Puerto Rico from the Jones Act and from any colonial decision. Thank you.
We're going to I want to thank the panelists for their testimony. Next, we're going to go to questions, and Committee 3D imposes a 5-minute limit on questions and responses. The chair reminds members that under the chair's right of recognition, as described in Rule 3D, the chair can provide some reasonable additional time whenever any member has a question for Reverend Carmen Cabrera to account for an interpreter. Members are encouraged to ask all questions in English to avoid complications with the interpretation. The chair will now recognize members for any questions they may wish to ask. We will do this, as I said, indicated, try to do this based on seniority. And let me now turn to our colleague, Mr. Sablan. Mr. Sablan, you're recognized for any questions or comments you might have.
Yeah, thank you,
about
Mr.
yourself?
Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. I'm going to yield most of my time, but just two general questions I would like to ask is, has anyone looked into how much Puerto Rico would gain or lose from its taxation if they are completely linked to the Internal Revenue Code? And then a question that I need to ask is, there was a recent referendum in which indeed statehood was supposedly approved. What was wrong with that? And could somebody eventually provide that to me in writing? Because I need to yield. I yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan, for yielding. I would like to address my first question to Professor Cox. Is there anything in the U.S. Constitution that prohibits Congress from entertaining a free association agreement with Puerto Rico different from the current agreement and different from independence?
There is no obstacle in the Constitution for that. As a matter of fact, under Congress's foreign relations powers, Congress even has more authority than when it acts domestically, because it is not bound by the enumerated powers under Article 1, Section 8. So the answer, in short, is no.
Thank you. And can Puerto Ricans still retain their U.S. citizenship under other status options that are not statehood?
Well, the answer is yes. It needs a bit of explanation. There is a wide consensus that unilateral revocation of U.S. citizenship to those folks who already have U.S. citizenship would run afoul basic constitutional principles, right? The question remains what happens with the unborn, right? And that's a question of first impression that obviously the political branches, more specifically Congress, must actually answer.
Okay, thank you. And this question is important.
30 seconds.
Okay,
30
so I yield back.
Oh, thank you, Ms.
And
Velasquez.
thank you for yielding.
I like to yield the remainder of my time, which is just about 2 minutes, to the resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Jennifer.
Thank you to the
Thanks,
vice chair of the committee, Mr. Sablan, for yielding the time. And I want to just want the witnesses for joining us, particularly the witnesses, Dr. Ponce Krause from Columbia University and Professor Cordova, who teaches on the island at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico School of Law. Given the Department of Justice has provided the committee its analysis on the constitutionality and legality of both bills, I believe their testimony will be particularly valuable. Before going to my questions, I would like to introduce for the record letters and statements in support of HR 1522 from Shadow Representative Maria Mayita Melendez, Roberto Lefranc Fortuño, and Elizabeth Torres. Same thing with the National Puerto Rican Equality Coalition, Dr. Sayira Jordan and Mr. Juan Camilo. And my first question will be to Dr. Ponce Krause. Have you had the opportunity to read all the DOJ reports on both bills?
I'm sorry, have I read the reports? Yes, I have.
Did DOJ raise any constitutional issues or concerns with HR 1522?
No, no constitutional concerns.
You know that the first part of the report says the first part of the report says the Department of Justice supports providing the people of Puerto Rico, and I quote, the opportunity to vote on whether to become a state of the union, as HR 1522 does.
That's right.
So that will, for you, that will mean that the Department of Justice is supporting HR 1522,
That is how I interpret that sentence, yes.
and is the first letter of the report, correct?
That's right.
I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan. Let me now recognize Ms. Gonzalez Colon for her 5 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will continue making my question at this time. Dr. Ponsa, when you saw that part of the report, that actually is the first line of the report from DOJ, did the DOJ raise any constitutional issues or concerns with HR 2070?
Yes, it did.
Can you briefly enumerate those that concern you most?
They coincide with the ones that concerned me before. So one is that the failure to specify the options opens the door to unconstitutional options. And the other is that it purports to bind Congress when that is an illusory promise. Congress can't bind itself to enact a joint resolution in the future.
It is being said here in the hearing from several witnesses that the HR 2070 will guarantee citizenship. Do you understand that other options, independence, can guarantee citizenship for Puerto Rico?
No other option than statehood can guarantee citizenship in the way that the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment does. Other options could include citizenship, but they could not guarantee it prospectively. And in my opinion, this is not a question of first impression in the sense that it's spelled out in the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. It guarantees birthright citizenship to persons born in the United States. So if one is independent with or without a free association, well, then the United States has the power to provide birthright citizenship, but it can also decide in the future to stop granting it.
You read the report as I did, and that report from DOJ says that HR 2070 doesn't recognize there are only 3 constitutional options: status, independence, statehood, or keeping the territorial status. So, in fact, doesn't HR 2070 leave the door open for the convention to come up with unconstitutional status options?
That's right, it does. And that has been my greatest concern from the beginning, that it opens the door to such options. It doesn't specify the constitutional options. And that means it consigns Puerto Ricans to continue having the same debate they've had for 70 years without the kind of guidance that they need from Congress to tell it, here's what the constitutional options are and the ones that we would agree to.
You've been hearing about nationhood and being sovereigns in Puerto Rico and many other things. Is Congress the ultimate source of the Puerto Rico government's authority?
With Puerto Rico's current territorial status, yes, it is.
Sadly, but it is like that.
That's right.
And are there other viable options under the U.S. Constitution other than statehood or independence or the territorial status?
There are not. I do not believe that free association short of independence is possible. I completely agree with Professor Cox-Salomar that there are lots of forms of free association, but they all involve independence with a treaty or compact of free association. Anything between independence and statehood is territorial under the U.S. Constitution.
Having said that, can a constitutional convention or a status convention, as proposed in the other bill, create a new non-territorial status compatible with the U.S. Constitution?
No, it cannot.
Has the federal government previously relied on a convention to define the constitutional status options?
Not to define them, no.
My second question will be, Is statehood the only non-territorial status option that guarantees the constitutional U.S. citizenship?
Prospectively, yes. I agree that current U.S. citizens cannot be stripped of their citizenship involuntarily under any circumstance, but statehood is the only one that guarantees U.S. citizenship prospectively in the future.
You know that the federal executive branch, the court, and Congress have all confirmed repeatedly that Puerto Rico is a territory, and that the only non-territorial options available are statehood and independence. And DOJ just reaffirmed this claim. In your opinion, do the people of Puerto Rico need a status convention to know and understand this?
No, I don't think they do.
Do you think that voters on the island are incapable and knowledgeable enough to understand that status options are available to them and their consequences without having to resort at an assembly of a few selected where decisions are made behind closed doors?
I do believe they are capable of it, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady yields. Let me now recognize Representative Gallego for his 5 minutes. Sir, you're recognized. Mr. Gallego?
Apologize, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. You think after all these months I'd finally get it together, right? My first question is for Dr. Ponsa Kraus, and I apologize if I misspelled your or mispronounced your last name. I appreciate you responding to criticism about low levels of participation in the 2020 plebiscite. In your experience as a lawyer and a professor, have you ever seen the same argument used to dismiss results of an election in a state in the United States?
I have not, no. And you pronounced my name perfectly, thank you.
Oh, very good. So, and to note, you know, I've heard this from, again, I said this last time, I've heard this argument in the past to also turn back plebiscites actually in Arizona, for example. And I find, and it's usually done by my Republican colleagues, especially when trying to do a tax increase. So witnesses supporting both bills, including yourself, have mentioned the importance of having clear definitions of options on a self-determination ballot. In addition to the clarification around free association citizenship, what important information do you believe should be included in the definitions of statehood and independence?
Well, I appreciate that question because I completely agree that there should be clarity for the voters. But I believe that a ballot can't spell every last detail of a transition out. That's unrealistic. The voters need to choose on the basic options, and then the transitions need to be developed and implemented. So for statehood, I think voters should understand that it gets them equal representation and U.S. citizenship now and in the future, which I believe they understand. For independence, I believe they should understand that that's separate sovereignty and Puerto Rico gets to decide its own future. And with free association, I believe it's critical that they understand that it is a form of independence and that citizenship would be within the power of the United States, that no current citizen would lose their own citizenship, but that it would be up to the United States whether to grant citizenship in the future, and it could change that policy. I believe that voters would deserve to understand that.
Thank you, Doctor. And Reverend Carmen Cabrera, just a general statement. I really appreciate that you talk about the Puerto Ricans that serve in the armed services. I was lucky enough to serve the United States Marine Corps and with a lot of Puerto Ricans actually, and very proud Americans. Can you describe as a community leader impact that you've seen territorial status has, what it has caused and what it causes to our service members and their families, and what a positive change would come from us having stated, for example, the reimbursement fees with TRICARE, and a lot of things of those nature that is unequal. Did I get, hello? Oh, did I get bounced off? Hello?
This is not for me, right?
No, I'm sorry, that was for, I apologize, that was for the Reverend. Reverend Cabrera, did you hear me?
Can you please repeat the question? This is Nestor Lima. I'll be interpreting for her.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, está bien. Nada más quería decir muchas gracias por hablando del sacrificio de los veteranos aquí que son de herencia puertorriqueños. Yo estaba en la Marina de los Estados Unidos, en la infanteria, y estaba en el servicio con muchos de los puertorriqueños que son buenos héroes de este país. Y me quería saber si usted me puede decir qué son las cosas que son diferentes, especialmente los programas y policías, como por las cosas de veteranos. Por ejemplo, en los Estados Unidos, TRICARE trabaja, es más barato en los Estados Unidos, mainland, pero cuando se van a la isla como Puerto Rico, no tienen los mismos beneficios de los veteranos in mainland United States.
So in review, the question is, what is the difference between specifically healthcare and
Veterans benefits in general.
yes, veterans healthcare and all the benefits between in the U.S. and versus Puerto Rico for those who have served in the military?
Correct.
Ok. Quiero decirles que hay unas cuantas diferencias. Por ejemplo,
Let me point out a few differences. For example,
el seguro social, las personas que reciben seguro social no reciben una parte que aquí en Estados Unidos se da.
some that receive Social Security benefits do not receive in Puerto Rico some benefits that are received in the U.S.
Y no solamente estamos hablando de grants y de dinero. Nosotros estamos reclamando, por lo menos mi ponencia es que estamos reclamando también no solamente fondos federales, sino la dignidad que se nos ha sido denegada.
And what we are what we are also addressing is not just the funds and grants, but also the dignity that has been negated or neglected.
Yo lo puedo comparar como un padre que le pasa pensión a un hijo que no vive en su casa.
I can compare it to a father who pays a pension to a son who does not live at home.
Y se encarga de que tenga su educación y todo lo demás, pero no le permite a ese hijo entrar a su familia y tener decisiones en su familia.
And he allows the son to do everything, but he doesn't allow him to come back home and make decisions within his family.
Sure.
Eso es lo que, de esa manera es como nosotros en Puerto Rico nos sentimos.
That is our posture for us here in Puerto Rico. This is how we feel.
No es solamente los fondos, el dinero, todo eso es importante y las demás personas que están trayendo su ponencia lo están explicando muy bien. Pero,
so it's not just about the benefits and about the money, and the other ones who are explaining their positions, they're doing it in a proper way as well.
Pero mi ponencia es el corazón de los puertorriqueños. Es la dignidad.
My position is about the heart of the Puerto Ricans, and it has to do with dignity.
Y nosotros ya nosotros votamos y hemos votado muchas veces por la estadidad y no tenemos por qué seguir votando, sino que el Congreso tome la determinación de hacer lo que tiene que hacer.
We have voted many times for statehood, and we don't have to keep voting for this. And I think it's time for the Congress to do what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. And I'd just like to note, Puerto Rico actually has sacrificed more men and women in these last 20 years than many states in the United States. Thank you. Thank you. You're back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gallego. Gentleman yields. It's my understanding that the votes are going to be called at 2:30. It's supposed to be a lengthy vote process, from what I understand. We will continue with the questioning of those members that are here, or the members that can remain at the meeting, and try to proceed that way. If it becomes cumbersome and difficult, with all due apologies to the witnesses and to my colleagues, we will call a recess until those votes are done. With that, let me now turn to the gentleman, Mr. Gomer, for his question. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Having studied history, got a degree in it, I got to express a concern. I love the people of Puerto Rico. I think they would be a wonderful addition, not just as a territory, but as a state. But I know historically, when language divides a country from any part of that country, it can become problematic. I understand that the generation coming up is most of them speak very good English, and I hope that is something that will continue. At this point, I want to yield my questions to my dear friend, wonderful colleague, and that is Honorable Jennifer Gonzalez Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Gomer, for yielding the time. I really appreciate that. I will go now then to make a question again to Dr. Ponce and Dr. Cordova. And a few minutes ago, we were talking about the voters and if they were capable or not to make decisions for the island. And it's Congress plenary power as such that they can approve any form of status with any set of terms, any set of conditions, or even benefits, regardless of precedent. So my question will be now, Dr. Ponce, can Congress create a political relationship not contemplated in the Constitution?
No, it cannot. Even its plenary power is not unconstrained by the Constitution.
Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So plenary power means that Congress can govern a territory as the federal government and also as its local government, and it can grant or withdraw autonomy. Those powers are very much constrained by the Constitution. They don't include the power to create a status that doesn't exist and then bind the United States to it. Congress has the power to admit states. Other than that, it can recognize independent countries and it can govern territories.
Do you believe that HR 2070 offer a binding self-determination process?
No, it's not binding.
Dr. Cordova, do you think HR 2070 offer a binding self-determination process? Professor Cordova? I think he's not.
Yeah, excuse me, I forgot to unmute it.
Okay.
Oh, the HR 2070 does not offer that. It is a legal fiction, which assumes that the people of Puerto Rico somehow will exercise their sovereignty and choose whatever path they choose, when in fact that sovereignty does not lie there, it lies in Congress. So Congress is the one. So Congress is the one who's authorized to determine this, not the status convention.
What about HR 1522? Does this bill offers a self-executing binding process? Should a majority of the voters on the island support states? Because this is a process. This is not forcing a solution on the voters. Actually, it needs this bill to get approved to then be a ratification process on the island.
Sure. And I think part of the comments on the Department of Justice, precisely regarding on HR 1522, recognizes that even the vote on ratifying statehood in Puerto Rico would have to return to Congress. So there is basically a process built in already where Congress would exercise its constitutional prerogatives. So yes, I think 1522 does have the prerequisites.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Ponce, do you think that HR 1522 offers that self-executing binding process?
It does offer a self-executing process. It offers statehood, which is something that Congress not only has the power, but the duty to do. So I do believe Puerto Ricans are the ones who get to make a choice, but among valid options, and Congress should offer them. It has the power and duty to do that, and it does so under 1522.
Do you believe that yes or no vote is a legitimate self-determination process?
Unquestionably, it is.
Do you agree that HR 2070 is colonial and paternalistic in nature, given that it ignores the will of the people?
I do. I think it's offensive that it ignores the November referendum. I think it's offensive that it provides for a bilateral negotiating commission that is neither bilateral nor negotiating. I have serious problems with it, and they're not just constitutional.
Thank you, Dr. Ponce. I yield back.
Let me now recognize gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for 5 minutes to recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, does a status convention open the door to unconstitutional issues?
I mean, the answer is no, and it's rather surprising that that argument could be raised. Could you imagine the framers in 1787 saying, let's keep the Articles of Confederation and not convene the convention because Washington might all of a sudden, become a dictator, or all of a sudden he might become a king or a. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, the whole idea here is to have an inclusive process, a process that opens up the door for folks to actually have a meaningful, detailed conversation that has never happened since 1898.
Thank you. Is Congress vested with the authority to negotiate any model of free association with Puerto Rico?
The answer is yes. I mean, Congress has plenary authority under the territorial clause. I mean, it has ample authority.
And can you further explain why this is not an issue of constitutionality, but of political will from Congress?
That's another huge issue. I mean, I'm listening to folks mixing up constitutional law with public policy. I mean, public policy, that's something very different from, the fact that the Constitution allows for something to happen doesn't necessarily mean that Congress will actually do it, but Congress does have authority to do things, right? It's a matter of political will to decide what is it wants to do.
Thank you. So this is 2021. Is it morally and politically correct for Congress to offer the people of Puerto Rico a status option that is subject to the plenary powers of Congress? Meaning that the U.S. Congress has total authority over the island, which will pose a clear continuation of the history of colonization.
Of course not. I mean, the Senate is dealing with the John Lewis bill. All of a sudden, America is actually right now before the G7, NATO, trying to fight authoritarianism against Putin. And all of a sudden, you have folks here trying to say that America shouldn't decolonize Puerto Rico. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. And Mr. Cox, this is a yes or no answer. In your opinion, would commonly know Act 2022, now renamed Act 60, that effectively creates a special tax treatment for foreigners in Puerto Rico, be possible under statehood?
No, pursuant to the Uniformity Tax Clause, the answer would be no.
Okay, the DOJ report on HR 1522 argues that the Oversight Board is statutorily denominated part of the territorial government of Puerto Rico and will continue to do so if the island were to become a state. What should we make of Governor Pierluisi's previous statement that no state can have a fiscal board?
Well, that's an illusory argument. Obviously, Congress has authority to impose conditions. I mean, if you go back to 1791, when Vermont acceded to the Union, all the way to Hawaii in 1959, you see that Congress has authority to make and impose conditions on territories acceding to the Union, right? So Congress does have authority.
And would HR 1522 automatically grant statehood to the island? Is statehood a done deal per the language on that bill?
Well, the DOJ says there's no fait accompli. I mean, the DOJ on the first page of its opinion says, this is not a done deal, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious.
I would like for you to talk to us about the lessons we can learn from the pacts that were negotiated by the Pacific Islands.
Well, the problem with those arrangements is that folks in the Pacific, there were no U.S. citizens, right? The Pacific Islands have a different history. And the other thing that people need to realize in the committee is Puerto Rico presents a unique situation. I mean, Puerto Rico's relationship to the U.S. has really no parallel. I mean, we are U.S. citizens. Puerto Rico is its own nation sociologically. I hear witnesses speaking Spanish. I mean, obviously we have a heritage that's somehow different from the Anglo heritage, and that's something that has to be dealt with by Congress. I mean, it's very, very difficult to superimpose the same solutions that have been used in the Pacific to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is completely different.
Thank you. Congressman Gutierrez, what does it say that in the last May election to select a shadow delegation whose only purpose is to lobby Congress, and where only 3.8% of voters participated, ousted Governor Rosselló has now been elected again? Approximately 1 million Puerto Ricans marched asking for his resignation in 2019, and now with 3.8% of voters, he's back. Is this 3.8 representative of the will of the people in Puerto Rico? You need to unmute.
Absolutely not. And let's remember something. This was not part of the campaign in November. In other words, Pedro Pierluisi and the New Progressive Party did not say after the election, we're going to pay 6 people $150,000 in spite of the fact that schools are still closed, in spite of the fact that pensions are not being paid, in spite of the fact that there are not roofs over certain people's homes. But we're going to pay them. Never said that. And think about it, Congresswoman. They elected Ricky Rosselló, who was ousted by the people of Puerto Rico. You are right. 1 million people,
Chairman, I raise a point of order.
Came and marched to
The time is up.
governor of Puerto Rico.
Mr. Gutierrez, the time is up.
I participated in that.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields. Let me recognize Mr. Lamborn. For your 5 minutes, sir, you're recognized. Mr. Lamborn? If Mr. Lamborn is not available, Mr. McClintock, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have
You're
to say
welcome, sir.
I'm very disappointed with the Republican position on this issue. HR 1522 seems to me to be quite unambiguous. It would automatically make Puerto Rico a state upon a Puerto Rican referendum. And we've heard many reasons why this may or may not be in the interests of Puerto Rico. That is a question for Puerto Rico. The question that Congress must decide is whether that's in the interests of the United States as a whole to admit Puerto Rico as a state. That's the responsibility that this bill would completely abrogate. I find that shocking, and I strongly disassociate myself from the support that's been expressed for that on behalf of the minority. To me, this bill sidesteps fundamental questions that arise from statehood. And let's start with the impact of taxation. Many Puerto Ricans are exempt from federal income taxes that they would have to pay under statehood. The General Accounting Office has estimated that the added tax burden that would accompany statehood could cause enormous job losses and additional damage to the economy of Puerto Rico. There's the question of language. The language of the United States is English, period. A common language is absolutely essential in a democracy. It's based on resolving our political differences by open debate. Open debate's impossible in a polyglot society. 76% of Puerto Ricans, according to one recent poll, thought it would be unacceptable that English might become their official language. As one nation, we have to be able to talk with each other. The government of Puerto Rico is a fiscal basket case, which we've been dealing with on this committee for many years. It has far too many public employees, unsustainable pension obligations, a long history of corruption. Its labor participation rate is 1/3 less than that of the United States. An important question is, does Puerto Rican statehood make America stronger or weaker? Furthermore, there has been a very unconvincing history of referenda on this issue. 6 votes on the question since 1966. 3 times the people of Puerto Rico said no to statehood. The most recent vote was a narrow 52-48 in favor of statehood, after many Puerto Ricans have already fled to the mainland. That's not the kind of convincing mandate that should decide the fundamental political relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States for all eternity. The impact of additional taxation will accompany statehood, the imposition of an official language opposed by a large majority of Puerto Ricans, and the strong minority sentiments in Puerto Rico for independence, free association, or continued Commonwealth status set the stage for catastrophic civil unrest if statehood should be imposed on such a slender, fragile, and perhaps transitory majority. The question we need to ask is whether admitting Puerto Rico as a state makes our country stronger or weaker. That's the crucial question that I'm shocked and saddened to see my party content to simply ignore. This abrogates our responsibility under the Constitution and instead leaves this far-reaching and permanent decision to a simple referendum within Puerto Rico. I would appeal to my Republican colleagues to reconsider. I've got no questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. McClintock. And now let me recognize Mr. McEachin. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'm going to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Soto of Florida.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you,
Soto.
gentlemen. Thank you, Chairman. I thank the gentleman from Virginia for your support of the statehood admissions bill as well. Colleagues, last hearing, you heard about the difficult challenges facing Puerto Rico over the past few years and currently. Hurricane Maria, the deadliest natural disaster in modern history, a decade-long recession, draconian PROMESA budget cuts, earthquakes, and now COVID-19. As a result, Puerto Rico lost 11.8% of its population since 2010, according to the 2020 census. The conclusion's obvious. The territorial status is failing Puerto Rico, and it's not surprising. Puerto Rico is just too big to be a territory anymore. 3.2 million Americans there, bigger than half the states nearly, and yet they have one non-voting resident commissioner for the whole island, and she does her best, but she doesn't even get a vote on the floor. Against this backdrop, the Puerto Rican legislature passed a law to have an election, a simple statehood yes or no question in a high turnout general election. This is the same ballot question used by countless states to join these United States before this moment. And in November 2020, they voted yes by 52.52%. And the reasons are obvious. There is no question at this point that having 2 US senators and 4 voting members of Congress would have helped them greatly through these crises. There's no question that Puerto Rico as a territory gets far less funding than states. This wreaks havoc on healthcare, their economy, disaster relief, child tax credits, earned income tax credits, Social Security, and countless other aspects of their lives down there. We've spent hours upon hours in this Congress and prior Congresses trying to make Puerto Rico equal in federal program after federal program. In one bill and one vote, we can empower Americans in Puerto Rico to solve these inequities at once. Our bill sets up one last statehood yes or no question, and let me state the obvious. If they want statehood, they could vote yes, and if they do not, they could vote no. The vote would be binding, and the only action left would be approximately a year-long transition period, and then they would be admitted. Since our last hearing, Chairman Grijalva asked the U.S. Department of Justice to submit reports on both bills. Last hearing, we told you that there were only 3 statuses available to Americans in Puerto Rico under the U.S. Constitution: statehood, territory, and independence. The U.S. Department of Justice agrees. The U.S. Supreme Court already ruled this last year. Last hearing, we told you that a statehood yes or no question was constitutional. The U.S. Department of Justice agrees. Last hearing, we talked about the need to end the PROMESA Fiscal Board as part of the transition process. The U.S. Department of Justice agrees, and we will amend our bill to make it clear that the PROMESA Fiscal Board will be dissolved during the transition period before Puerto Rico is admitted as a state. Last hearing, we told you that a constitutional convention could not make up new status options. The U.S. Department of Justice agrees. Last hearing, we told you that a constitutional convention could not bind future Congresses. And yet again, the U.S. Justice Department agrees. So here we are today in the second of 2 historic hearings with worthy debate. This is the first time Congress has had hearings on a straight up statehood admissions bill in our history. This is the first time that the U.S. DOJ has weighed in timely and thoroughly on the constitutional issues and status options available to Americans in Puerto Rico. And soon under Chair Grijalva, we will have a markup. It's taken 120 years for Puerto Ricans to get to this moment. And it's time to give Americans in Puerto Rico one last binding referendum to choose whether to be admitted as a state or not. That's the opinion backed by the majority vote in Puerto Rico. It's also backed by a bipartisan group of legislators, including their own resident commissioner, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, and House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. For these reasons stated, I urge you all to support HR 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admissions Act. And from there, if my time is remaining, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you very much, Mr. Soto. Let me now recognize Mr. Graves. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Gentleman is recognized. Ms. Gonzalez Colon, is there other people that
Yes,
on the side of the dais that have not been recognized, that need to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I can see Ms. Rademacher on the queue.
Okay. If Mr. Graves is not available, Ms. Rademacher, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, for holding this hearing. As a fellow member representing a U.S. territory, I want to align myself with the statements made today by Resident Commissioner Gonzalez Colon and reiterate my support for her legislation. And with that, I yield my time to the Resident Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Rademacher. I just want to take the floor where Mr. McClintock left it. I wish to, respond. I strongly disagree with his position, but this is part of being part of America. I mean, not everybody will think alike. And again, the Republic. Sometimes people are misinformed. The Republican platform endorses a statehood for more than 40 years. So having said that, I think this is a process to establish which bill have a constitutional base to respond to the voters of the people of the island. And I may say this, if we are Americans, as we are, we should be listened. That's the beauty of democracy. And that's the reason the people of the island have been voting many times, requesting that equality that comes through statehood. This is not different from what Alaska and Hawaii did in the past. So having said that, I would like to recognize Dr. Ponce Krause. Do you want to respond to any of the statements, members?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think the argument that a constitutional convention, as proposed in 2070, opens the door to unconstitutional options has been misunderstood and misstated. The argument isn't that a constitutional convention in Puerto Rico might do something crazy, okay? It's much more precise than that, and it has a context. The context is that Puerto Ricans were led to believe for many decades that Commonwealth could be non-territorial. They were led to believe that by the Commonwealth Party in Puerto Rico. They were told they had a compact. They were told they were no longer a territory. They voted for that under the impression they had something they did not have. That is the context in which the argument that 2070 opens the door to unconstitutional options exists. The problem is that if Congress doesn't specify the options, the way the DOJ has done, if Congress doesn't specify the options and say, here are the constitutional non-territorial options that we would be willing to agree to because they're consistent with the Constitution and they would decolonize Puerto Rico, then what they do is send Puerto Ricans back to the drawing board to have the same fight again. It's a waste of time and it's a delay tactic designed to defeat a statehood offer, which Puerto Ricans earned with their vote in November. So the argument isn't Puerto Ricans might just do something crazy, okay? The argument is a specific legal argument with a context. I think you're muted.
Sorry, you just explain it. And my question would be, people argue that the current level of support of statehood is somehow not enough. Is there a constitutional threshold of support that a territory must meet in order to become a state?
So there is not. And can I just say that if Congress offers an option, that will obviously have an impact on the support that the option has. People are voting for statehood without knowing whether Congress would grant it. And Congress is the only one that has the power to admit. So neither is there a constitutional requirement for a threshold, nor is it sensible to think that the level of support will be the same after an offer.
I'm making those questions because sometimes I can see that for other issues, 50% is good enough to elect the president of the United States, but 54% is not enough to show the majority of the will of the island. And we must be consistent with those percentages. And you are the professor here, so I'll take your opinion as the one that the DOJ established. Is a simple majority of electors required to select the president of the United States?
Yes.
Okay. If the United States Constitution only provides for statehood or independence, can the U.S. Congress enact anything else that at some external committee or convention process referring to academic theories?
It cannot. And Congress's plenary power to govern territories is not relevant to Congress's power to create a free association that is anything other than independence. That's what free association is, and plenary power doesn't change it.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you very much. And let me now recognize the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Garcia. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia is not available. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Y gracias a Reverenda Carmen Cabrera para asistiendo a esta reunión. Thank you, Reverend Carmen Cabrera, for attending this hearing. And I have just 2 questions for you. I really appreciate you being here and giving a perspective of someone living a second-class citizenship on the island. And I know there's going to be some interpretation, right? Okay.
Okay.
Reverend Cabrera.
Reverenda Cabrera.
Sí, estoy aquí.
Why do you think more Puerto Ricans voted for statehood than any candidate on the ballot in November 2020?
¿Por qué piensa usted que la mayoría de los puertorriqueños votaron por la estadidad en el 2010? Was it 2020 or 2019?
2020.
2020. Okay.
Sí. Gracias por la pregunta.
Todos los otros candidatos en la balota.
Nosotros apreciamos grandemente nuestra relación con Estados Unidos de América.
We deeply appreciate our relationship with the United States of America.
Y la juventud de Puerto Rico está cambiando de pensamiento.
And the youth in Puerto Rico, they are changing their mindset.
Son los hijos de los padres que han visto la desigualdad.
They are the sons of, they are children of parents who have seen the inequality.
Y eso pues es como, ese sentir es como una herencia que se le deja a los hijos, y cuando llega el momento de votar, pues ellos escogen lo que han visto, lo que han sufrido, lo que saben.
That is like a feeling that is inherited to the children, and when they come to the ballot box, they vote that way.
Gracias.
Reverend Cabrera.
Sí.
LULAC has been a champion of Latino civil rights for many, many years in our country.
Reverenda Cabrera, LULAC ha sido una voz, un campeón para los derechos civiles para los hispanos en América.
Por muchos años.
Por muchos años, yes.
Why do you think LULAC is supporting the statehood admissions bill?
¿Por qué cree usted que LULAC está aprobando y apoyando la ley de admisión a la estadidad.
Bueno, en las vertientes de Lula, que son política, salud y educación y otras cosas más, en los que Lula interviene con pasión para ayudar a los latinos.
In the different areas that LULAC helps with civil rights, with benefits and the well-being of Latinos,
Ellos saben, porque esto es conocido, que Puerto Rico tiene que aceptar su realidad como colonia, como territorio.
they know that Puerto Rico must accept its reality as a colony.
Y la manera, pues, de salir de esa indignidad es convertirse en el Estado 51 de la Unión Americana.
And the way of getting out of this is by getting out of this disfranchisement and becoming the 51st state of America.
Y no es la primera vez que votamos, o sea, esto no es una primera vez.
Again, this is not the first time that we vote.
Hemos votado muchas veces.
We have voted many other times.
Y le hemos dado la oportunidad a que todo el mundo, pues, vote, ¿verdad? Si uno no quiere las urnas, pues eso es otra cosa. Pero se le da la oportunidad a los puertorriqueños a que voten. Y hemos escogido recurrentemente a votar a favor de la estadidad.
And we have given the opportunity for Puerto Ricans to vote. And time again, we have voted for statehood.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gracias y cedo mi tiempo.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. And now let me recognize Mr. Overnolte for his 5 minutes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for what has been a very interesting hearing. In the interest of time, I'd like to yield my remaining time to the representative from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Thank you, Congressman, for yielding the time. I really appreciate that. I will go back to some of the questions. And a few minutes ago, we were talking about the contributions of Puerto Ricans to our nation. And I think it's important to establish the numbers that are being participating in our military forces. 18,000 Puerto Ricans were part of World War I in our Army service. 65,000 Puerto Ricans fought in the Second World War. 48,000 Puerto Ricans fought in the Korean War, helping the United States. And then 61,000 Puerto Ricans fought in the 48,000 in Vietnam and 61,000 in Korea. 10,000 soldiers from the island in the U.S. Army fought in the Gulf War. And then you got more than 25,000 Puerto Ricans that are active in military service. 5,000 of them just in the reserve. 8,000, more than 8,000 in the National Guard. More than 38,000 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom. And I can go to establish all the recognitions that are Puerto Ricans in the armed forces are being making the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, as they were engineers did in the Korean War, having the gold, the Congressional Gold Medal, among many others. So having said that, I would like to go back to some of the questions. Dr. Ponsa, do you understand that the United States Constitution only provides for statehood or independence, or Congress can do anything else?
The only constitutional non-territorial options are statehood and independence. Anything in between is territorial.
I believe that the analysis of HR 1522 was particularly comprehensive and helped dispel some of the myths that are being used against statehood. For example, some of the opponents of statehood, both sides of the aisle, claim that Puerto Rico will first have to become an incorporated territory prior to the state. Didn't DOJ dispel this in this report, arguing that Congress could amend a bill to clarify that Puerto Rico could remain unincorporated?
Absolutely, and that's clear historically and doctrinally as well. There is no requirement that Puerto Rico become incorporated before it becomes a state. It's within Congress's power to say that it's unincorporated until it becomes a state.
Opponents for statehood as well also claim that all federal taxes laws will immediately apply to Puerto Rico upon becoming a state. However, the DOJ again dispels that, saying that, and according to the DOJ report, Congress have the power to enact legislation provided for gradual or delayed application of the constitutional uniformity requirements. Is that correct or not?
That is correct.
You want to expand on that?
Even the Supreme Court opinion that invented the status of unincorporated territory made clear that Congress could incorporate in certain respects and not others, and be gradual and not others. And that same court upheld what would otherwise have been a violation of uniformity just a few years later in the state of in the territory of Alaska. So Congress does have the power to do this gradually and to incorporate one step at a time and provide for an appropriate transition.
Didn't DOJ also argue that legislation providing for gradual transition to taxes and bankruptcy uniformity for Puerto Rico will be constitutional?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question. I'm sorry.
Didn't the DOJ report also argue that legislation provided for a gradual transition to tax and bankruptcy laws, uniformity for Puerto Rico will be constitutional?
Yes, it did. Yes.
And according to that report of DOJ that we're looking into today, will Congress have the ability to cite economic circumstances unique to Puerto Rico as a basis for continuation or phase out or of the tax status that treats Puerto Rico differently?
Yes, absolutely. It stands to reason that Congress, with its plenary power to govern territories and its power to admit, can provide for a reasonable transition. And the idea that suddenly, all these oppressive things happen overnight has always been a scare tactic.
Thank you, Dr. Ponce. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes. Sir, you're recognized. Mr. Garcia? Let me now recognize Mr. San Nicolas for 5 minutes. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to first begin by thanking the committee for convening this hearing. I'm actually on Guam at the moment. I've been with the committee since 3 a.m. and this has actually been one of the most informative hearings that I've sat through in some time. I wanted to credit all of the witnesses for definitely bringing their A game. Everybody absolutely is making strong cases for both bills. And that is something that I think is indicative of the fact that Puerto Rico is absolutely ready to vacate its territorial status. We have the intellect, we have the capacity, and it's time for us to move forward. I wanted to first address statements made by a colleague questioning whether or not admitting Puerto Rico as a state is something that's good for the country. I think that as long as this country maintains the hypocrisy of colonies, then we are losing our credibility internationally, and we are also undermining our credibility domestically. There should be no territories in this country, ever. That's not what this country was founded upon, and it's not the future of this country. That being said, Mr. Chairman, Guam is observing this hearing and these proceedings with great interest, as we as a territory also endure the same circumstances of Puerto Rico, notwithstanding some differences in our unincorporated territorial relationship with the United States. I wanted to first posit a question to Dr. Cristina Ponce Kraus. So you made it very clear in your testimony that the options provided to Puerto Rico can only be, if they're going to be truly constitutional, it can only be statehood or independence. Is that, am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, independence, including free association. Statehood or
So-
independence, including free association.
So free association can also be a status option on a referendum, that would be constitutionally consistent?
Absolutely. My position is just that it needs to be made clear that free association is a form of independence. There's a lot of confusion. Is it 2 options or 3 options? Well, free association is a form of independence. You can count it as 2A and 2B or 2 and 3.
Very much agree. I'm very familiar with free association, having our freely associated allies to the south of Guam and Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. They are all independent countries with compacts of free association with the United States. I think it's very important for us to clearly put that on the record, that free association is independence with a treaty. That's absolutely what free association is. I also wanted to clarify some sentiments that were raised by our colleague, our former colleague, former Representative Luis Gutierrez. Sir, you mentioned that 52% was inadequate for that to reflect the will of the people. I'm concerned that if we put forward status options that are, that involve multiple considerations, whether it's statehood, free association, commonwealth, or independence, wouldn't having multiple status options actually result in an outcome even worse than 52%? Mr. Gutierrez?
Representative, here's my point. They defined the manner in which the plebiscite was going to be conducted. Who did that? They had a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate. They had the governorship, and they decided that it was going to be yes or no on statehood. And my answer to you is the following. We're going to ultimately decide on one status, but let's remember, this is irrevocable, right? You make Puerto Rico a state of the union, and it is irrevocable. It should be something in which everyone participates. How is it?
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I need to reclaim my time so I can make a final point.
The right of
If I
other
may
people
reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman.
with their status issue.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so my concern, and just to conclude, I co-sponsored both bills, and that has to do with where I initiated my remarks. There should be no territories in this country. We need to move this issue forward one way or another. I'm concerned about diluting the question again and there being some kind of, undecided outcome, and no one knows how to move forward. And I'm also concerned about whether or not, we're being very, very clear. And I think that needs to happen regardless of what bill passes. But I will be voting for both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Congressman Gutierrez, nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I first want to just make note that I want to disassociate myself with comments made earlier.
Difficulty hearing. Mr. Graves, we're having some difficulty hearing. Is there a problem on your end in terms of?
Let me try. See if I can go on to. All right. Any better or no?
It's better. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure if you heard me earlier. I just want to say that I first want to say that I disassociate myself with comments made earlier about the appropriate litmus test or language for folks to be citizens of the United States. I don't think that's the appropriate standard, and very concerning to hear those comments made. Secondly, I want to thank all the witnesses, and I've enjoyed hearing discussion of this hearing and previous. Dr. Ponza-Cross, in your opinion, would it be disingenuous to tell people, the people of Puerto Rico, that there are other constitutionally viable status options other than statehood, independence, or the current territorial status?
Yes, it would be. And it's happened before, and it'll hopefully never happen again.
is free association independent?
Free association is a form of independence, yes.
Has the United States ever granted blanket citizenship to the residents of an independent nation?
No, it never has.
In an independent Puerto Rico under a treaty of free association, would U.S. citizenship be granted for future generations?
Congress would have the power to do so, and Congress would also have the power to stop doing so.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to Congresswoman Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Garibay, for yielding the time and your help in many Puerto Rican issues, not just in this committee, but in Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And I'll try to take your last question. And again, I'll go directly to Dr. Ponsa and Professor Cordova. Following that analysis of Department of Justice regarding HR 1522, some people are saying that statehood is the one that's going to be imposed, but rather voters of the island will have the final say, that they will have to ratify the statehood offer made by Congress in a yes or no referendum. Is that correct?
That's correct. 1522 offers it, and the voters have a chance to vote yes or no.
And that would be the way to ratify, that will be the final step in a process to gain statehood, correct?
Right. Well, as 1522 provides, then the president would be required to issue a proclamation in the wake of a yes vote for statehood. So there are more steps, but the final substantive step would be that choice of yes if the voters made it.
So the first step, it's actually recognizing the vote of November of last year, and that's what this bill, HR 1522 does, recognizing that vote, prompting the question to Congress, so Congress can make the offer to the people of the island, and once this bill is approved, it needs to be approved in the House, it needs to be approved in the Senate, it's the president to sign, then having a federal sponsored referendum in Puerto Rico with that final yes or no question, do you want to be admitted as a state, yes or no? So thus, in that process, the no will mean any other option, correct?
No leaves open a subsequent process to choose any other option or to vote on statehood again. I mean, no doesn't rule anything out. The constitutional non-territorial options remain available.
So that will mean that people that have been saying that they are excluded from the ballot, that they were excluded in the past November referendum, it's not correct. Actually, the people who were against statehood, people who were for independence, the people who were for free association, or even the people who wanted to remain as a territory, they were campaigning directly for the no as an option. So they were represented legally and constitutionally speaking.
That's right. Opponents of statehood freely campaigned against statehood and supporters freely campaigned for it. No party, no option, no voter was excluded.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Mr. Graves yields. Let me recognize Mr. Garcia. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to overcome the technical glitches. The people of Puerto Rico have suffered too much for too long, and we can all agree that most of Puerto Rico's problems are rooted in its colonial status. As Chair Grijalva has stated, Congress needs to keep moving forward on this because Puerto Rico can't stay in limbo any longer. The future of millions of Puerto Ricans shouldn't be a political football. We have an opportunity to rectify Puerto Rico's long-standing colonial status, which has resulted in its people being treated as second-class citizens. But let me be clear, it must be done correctly and transparently. Regardless of the status outcome, the people of Puerto Rico deserve a thoughtful and thorough transition plan as required in the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Plan. A question for Dr. Cox Alomar. In the analysis of HR 1522, Puerto Rico Statehood Admissions Act, the DOJ concluded that its biggest concern was execution and Transition, in your view, would it be possible for the people of Puerto Rico to know what a transition to statehood might look like before they vote on it? And would they know the economic and political trade-offs?
Well, under the current bill, there is no certainty. The people of Puerto Rico would basically be in the dark. I mean, there is no certainty about whether PROMESA would stay under statehood. I mean, there's no certainty of whether Puerto Rico will become an incorporated territory or for how long. And that's the basic flaw of the bill before the House right now, before the committee. Lack of certainty.
So it's not as it's been portrayed, in your opinion, by the statehood advocates.
There
Dr.
can be no, I'm sorry, sir. I mean, very quick, there can be no self-determination if there's no informed choice in the first place.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Caraballo, in their analysis, the DOJ recommends, quote, that Congress consider providing a more tailored solution for continuity in the operations of the Oversight Board. PROMESA passed out of Congress 5 years ago last week, but it seems like we are talking about it nonstop in the committee since I got here. I think it's fair to say that resolving Puerto Rico's debt in a democratic way is a complicated political issue. Do you think it's realistic for Congress to quickly find a tailored solution for PROMESA? And would it be possible for Puerto Rican voters to know what the solution might be before choosing statehood?
Yes, I believe that there is a quick path to it. We just have to get rid of the Fiscal Control Board that the majority of the citizens in Puerto Rico reject. Once we do that, then we can start talking about more democratic ways to restructure the debt, especially by looking at what the civil society can do. The first thing that many people have been demanding is auditing the debt, and that's the first step that has to be done before restructuring.
Thank you, sir. And to Congressman Gutierrez, can you talk about two things and briefly in a minute and 25 seconds? The first is, I understand that the FBI director in the year 2000 offered an apology to advocates of a different political solution, those for independence, for all of the repression that had been inflicted upon them for a long time. And two, I heard a lot of talk about civil rights here from advocates of statehood. What is their practice in terms of defending civil rights on the island?
On mute.
You're on mute.
Luis, we cannot hear you.
Mr. Gutierrez, you're on mute.
To be disciplined and not interrupt. Number one, great question. Number one, it was the FBI director in the year 2000 in a congressional hearing who said the FBI conducted illegal searches and criminal actions against proponents of independence in Puerto Rico. And they did it for over 50 years. It wasn't just happenstance. They did it. It's called the creation of Las Carpetas, where over 100,000 advocates of Puerto Rican independence were monitored. And Congressman Garcia, we have to understand, it wasn't just that they created dossiers on them. They destroyed families. They destroyed reputations. They destroyed people. And they debilitated the fundamental democracy in Puerto Rico. And secondly, look, they continue to come before the Congress of the United States to say, where are my human rights? Where are my civil rights? Statehood is what gives it to us, while they diminish and undermine the rights of the LGBT community in Puerto Rico. The civil code was just changed recently in Puerto Rico to undermine same-sex marriages in Puerto Rico. Number one, the right of a woman to have control over her body and her reproductive system against debilitated. The racist notions. I mean, think about it. The statehood party in Puerto Rico thinks it's fine to use the N-word. They think it's fine. They have legislators who give congratulatory resolutions to journalists who are fired by Univision, one of them, for using the N-word. How can at this time, in this nature, and I just want to say to you, Congressman Garcia, look, we cannot let this go by. We cannot allow this to continue to happen. You and I got to be in the city council together. We got to go to the Congress because Black people gave up their lives so that we could have a Voting Rights Act, so that we could espouse our positions. Salomar is here with us, a distinguished jurist. And when he ran for resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, the former—
Chairman, I raise a point of order.
Yeah, I know. Gentlemen, time is up.
As a monkey.
Time is up.
That is something that we should also address.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Let me now recognize Mr. Heiss, sir. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Let me now go to Representative Tiffany, sir. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Ranking Member, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, is there additional people on your side of the dais that wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, some members are in the floor at this time. So at this time, there's no Republicans in the queue. That
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. If Mr. Cohen is available on the majority side, sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes. I think the voting is undergoing. And let me now attempt to recognize member of the committee, Mr. Lee, for any 5 minutes, any comments you may make or questions. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your comments and questions. Let me now, given the fact that people are voting at this point, we will recess for a limited period of time, hopefully 15, 20 minutes, and get some of the members that had indicated they wanted to participate and be recognized. Mr. Cohen, Mr. Tlaib, Trahan, Ocasio-Cortez, Heiss, and Tiffany. And if that is, if the ranking member is comfortable with that, we will recess and allow them to come back. You're right, this is a very important meeting, and I would not want to deny them their opportunity to have an opportunity to ask questions. So now we will.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. Can we establish how much time?
The committee will notify, but I will let's at this point, what time is it right now?
3:20.
Let's say 4 o'clock.
Perfect.
Thank you. And to the witnesses, my apologies. The vote occurred. It's a long vote, and hopefully we'll be back soon and be able to continue with this hearing and with the participation of the members. Thank you very much. Meeting is recessed till 4 o'clock. Staff, please notify the ranking member and whomever is going to be available in terms of members, but we need to reconvene the meeting.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman, ready to go.
Okay, thank you. And before we gavel the meeting to start, let me just thank all the witnesses in particular for their endurance and their patience. I very much appreciate it. You know, as Ms. Gonzalez Colon knows quite well, and the staff knows quite well, I get really frustrated with the hearings because on the issue of status in Puerto Rico, whether it's Promesa, because they go on for a long time. And I'm not frustrated today. I think that and having learned a lesson, that the issue of status, the issue of the economic and human life on Puerto Rico is of tremendous consequence to everybody that's here, to the members, and to Congress. So having to recess, having to convene back together, and having to a meeting that has extended this far, I appreciate the time, but I think it's necessary time because we need to move forward. And so we're going to begin with this meeting. So we are reconvening the meeting, and is there Representative Gonzalez Colon? Is there any members on your side that was sequenced? It was the minority's turn to have questions.
Mr. Chairman, not at this time. They're still voting on the floor. So I understand that we should go with the next in the queue, and I can see Ms. Rashida Tlaib and many others on the side. So we just can continue whatever members are available.
Okay, and let me. The votes were much longer than anticipated, and I want to now recognize Ms. Representative Tlaib from Minnesota if she's available for any questions or comments she might have.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually from Michigan, but it's okay.
Michigan, I'm sorry. Oh God, and I was just on that.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Is Member Velasquez is she logged on? I know I just saw her voting just now because I'm yielding my time to her. So I logged on to make sure that I yielded my time to her.
If you would hold, I'm certain she's on her way, and then I haven't asked questions yet, and I can utilize that time to recognize myself. Let me ask, is Mr. Cohen available for questions? And Representative Ocasio-Cortez, is she available for questions? Okay, with that, let me ask the questions that I had intended, and thank you very much. And I want to thank all the witnesses. Let me begin with and two of the witnesses had to leave, and that's unfortunate. Professor Cox Alomar, can we discuss the results of the 2020 plebiscite? If I have the numbers correctly, yes on statehood received 52%, and no was 47% out of a turnout of 54.7% of eligible voters in Puerto Rico. Based on these results, is it accurate to say that the majority of Puerto Ricans voted in favor of statehood, which if granted by Congress would be irreversible and permanent? Any response to that question, sir?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the problem really is not the numbers. The problem is that there wasn't a real informed choice. I mean, statehood wasn't fully defined in terms of its consequences. Obviously, statehood is a matter that goes for in perpetuity, right? And we do not want to have a Brexit situation in Puerto Rico, right? We want the people of Puerto Rico to actually exercise their right to determine their future on the basis of an informed choice, right? And the DOJ opinion is pretty clear. I mean, there a series of very problematic areas which are completely left undefined in the statehood bill. I mean, what happens with PROMESA? What happens with the debt? What's the transition to tax uniformity as required under the Constitution and the Equal Footing Doctrine, right? So the issue here is trying to avoid what has happened with the Brexit, what has happened in Southern Sudan, what has happened in other places where people are making choices pretty much in the dark.
Thank you. And let me, Dr. Ponce-Kraus, the U.S. Department, if I may, the U.S. Department of Justice submitted reports on the two pieces of legislation. It was approved by the White House. All executive branch agencies with an interest in the bills also had input. It's now, and those were presented to the committee with comments on and recommendations regarding each piece of legislation. Having said that, would you support HR 1522 and HR 2070 if they were amended as recommended by the Justice Department / the Biden administration?
I do support the changes suggested to 1522, which are not to its basic merits, but there are some improvements there that I don't have objections to. As for 2070, I certainly don't agree that territorial status should be part of any self-determination process at all. If it specified the options, that would be an improvement, but I would still object to it because I believe that Puerto Ricans have had a full, free, and fair debate for 70 years, and that a constitutional convention, while it sounds nice, in the context of Puerto Rico, is a delay. It doesn't move the process forward because Puerto Ricans do know what the options are, and what they need is a campaign for options that educates them as to the basic features, but they don't need a constitutional convention. Constitutional conventions are making constitutions, and Puerto Rico has one already.
Okay. Let me just follow up real quickly, because if I may, Doctor, one of the things that I think the members in Congress and certainly in this committee are attuned to is unintended consequences. And I ask that question because having gone through the agony of PROMESA, having gone through the agony of relief efforts, the duality and inequality in terms of the application of whether it's Social Security, taxes, etc., benefits to the citizens of Puerto Rico by the federal government, and now dealing with this status issue that has been constant. I think you're right, constant for all these, for decades. Let's say we're going into a transition around HR 1522. Does the issue of the oversight board established under PROMESA, does that occur before or after action on 1522? Does constitutional uniformity in terms of taxation and bankruptcy laws, as an example, that single out Puerto Rico, do they occur, and that requires legislative action as well? Do they occur before or after action on 1522?
They absolutely occur after. I think the word agony is exactly right. It's 123 years of agony, and it's decades of agonizing debate. So it's one thing to ask the voters to offer them options that are constitutional and non-territorial and defined in their basic features for sure. For example, state and guarantee citizenship, association is independent, you offer them that. But then once the voters make that choice, then you work out the details of a transition. I mean, think about free association, for example. You cannot put to the voters a negotiated treaty of free association before they've chosen it, right? So there is no way for every last detail to be worked out beforehand. The voters know the basic options. They should be told what their basic features are, and then the transition should be worked out. So I don't think action should be delayed.
It's delay being one way, the unintended consequences being the other way to describe it, but we'll go with your word delay at this point. Congressman Gutierrez, in this whole discussion and looking at 2070 and the legislation itself, fundamental to it is a process, an engagement process, a civic engagement process, a public participation process that as you described it and as the legislation described it, lays the issue of status open for everyone to be able to understand exactly what happens, what intended and unintended consequences might be to that, and have input and recommendations relative to that. Can you talk a little bit about that transparency issue that you mentioned at the beginning of your discussion? And I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here's the point. There hasn't been a free debate and discussion. In 1948, they passed the Ley de la Mordaza. And so for 10 years, it was illegal. You would be put in jail for displaying this flag. There are consequences to that action. As FBI Director Freed apologized and said that the FBI conducted criminal acts of repression against those that didn't favor a permanent relationship with the United States, the independence movement. So you have to put that in context. And what I want to say is I actually, Mr. Chairman, lived it. I watched the commercials each and every day. I was part of that campaign. We have people coming here as witnesses who weren't there, didn't see what happened, were never there. What happened was we had dirty, filthy, how would I say it, dark money. We don't know where it came from. And so to say it was fair, Mr. Chairman, is just not true. There were at least 20
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yeah. Let me reclaim my time, Mr. Gutierrez. I've been the subject of some full-page ads here in Arizona from the pro-statehood people that I have not been able to verify who's paying for it at this point. But anyway, that doesn't bother me. Let me recognize now Mr. Leap. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to now yield my 5 minutes to
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leap. Thank you so much for yielding time to me. So I just want to say that time and time again, people continue to allege unconstitutionality of HR 2070 with complete disregard to the fact that we have the pen, the United States Congress, we have this pen, we write legislation, we pass the law. So it is up to us, to Congress, with the authority precisely vested by the Constitution to decide what type of mechanism for decolonization we should pursue. So having a transparent process and having options, that is exactly what we need to do in order to decolonize Puerto Rico. And we, in consultation, the Congress, with a bilateral commission, that will be the responsibility to decide what are the options that will be included, what are the terms and conditions, and an education element that is so important. As I said before, this is not any election. This is an election to define and decide once and for all the colonial status of Puerto Rico, to put an end to that, 2021. So, Mr. Cox, I would like for you to review any comments or opinions or comments that were made before that you feel you need to address.
Yes, I want to go back to the issue of context, and to the issue of opening doors for alleged unconstitutional options. when we talk about context in the specific issue of Puerto Rico's status, I mean, we need not say that the sole culprit for X or Y status was a local political party. We need to go back to what the United States represented to the United Nations. We need to go back to Mason Sears, to Henry Cabot Lodge, to the First Circuit of Appeals in Boston, which basically under Chief Judge Magruder, even Justice Breyer, when he sat in the First Circuit, actually articulated a doctrine whereby Puerto Rico was described as having acceded to a special relationship under American federalism, a mutual consent agreement covenant with the US Congress. So it is not as if a local political party all of a sudden concocted a surreal political status. I mean, the context is very broad and obviously encompasses representations made by the Truman administration, the Eisenhower administration, the Kennedy administration, the Johnson administration, and a whole series of other administrations, right? This is, as much as it is a Puerto Rican problem, this is an American problem. And it was authored by a series of administrations going back to the McKinley administration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cox. Mr. Cueto, I would like to address my next question to you. How federal taxation under statehood or an incorporated territory will affect the island's economy? How would Puerto Rico afford paying for essential services and the debt if it also must pay federal income, excise, gas, and telecom taxes they don't pay now? Would job creation be seriously disrupted under statehood, as the 2014 GAO report on the effects of statehood suggested?
Well, the worst case scenario will be an incorporated territory, because we will have taxation, but we will not have the parity in federal programs. So it's going to cost more to Puerto Rico. Plus, we're going to lose the tax advantages that we have right now to attract investment from abroad. And under statehood, especially the middle class and the upper class will have to pay more taxes, but the low-income class will receive more benefits in the case of parity for federal programs. So there is a trade-off in terms of taxation in the case of statehood, but in the case of incorporated territory, that will be the worst of all the scenarios.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Much. Let me recognize gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Grijalva. Thank you for taking the time to have this meeting and this hearing today. And thank you to all of our witnesses who have come to share their expertise. I am a proud co-lead along with Representative Nidia Velázquez on HR 2070, which is the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act. And as was noted by one of our witnesses, self-determination is a human right. I believe that this legislation is the best answer to the centuries-old question of Puerto Rico's status and colonial history. I'm pleased that in the Department of Justice's analysis of our bill, they conclude that Puerto Rico as an island does in fact have a right to a fair and democratic self-determination process, and that one-sided initiatives fail to grant Puerto Ricans this outcome. However, I want to be clear that a true decolonization process exempts the current territorial status. With that said, I just want to clear up some mythologies and around this bill. So to Dr. Cox Alomar, very quickly as a yes or no, have former statehood plebiscites and referendums in Puerto Rico, have they been plagued historically by electoral irregularities, inaccuracies, and or have been unilaterally influenced by one party?
And the answer is yes.
So would a constitutional assembly be the most inclusive, democratic, and just process, given that that history of irregularity and bias? Would a constitutional assembly be the most just process for the decolonization of Puerto Rico, in your view?
Definitely yes. And I actually invite you to take a look at the White House Task Force report of 2011, which basically suggests that the convention is the most encompassing process.
Thank you. Now, additionally, in our self-determination bill, does the bill oppose statehood?
No.
No, our bill does not oppose statehood whatsoever. And does this bill, on the other side too, does it impose independence necessarily on the island?
And the answer is no.
No, it is status agnostic, and it is focused on the process. Now let's contrast that with the statehood bill. Would on the Puerto Rico Statehood Admission Act, would, if passed, would it admit Puerto Rico immediately to the United States as its supporters claim?
And the answer is no. And the DOJ has says that there's no fait accompli. This is no done deal. I mean, it's pretty clear.
This bill will not admit, if passed, will not immediately admit Puerto Rico as a state. Now, would this, in your expert opinion, can voters legitimately exercise their right to self-determination without knowing fully the options that they are voting for?
And the answer is no. Take a look at Brexit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that is a wonderful example of the situation that voters are in, where they had a status vote, were not fully informed, and many of them regret what's happening. Now, on that note, do you believe that Puerto Ricans, that Boricuas on the island, have ever had the benefit of being fully informed that voting for statehood also means potentially ensuring the survival of La Junta de Control Fiscal?
No, there's no proper process of actually informing folks what's going on. No.
So you'd say that Puerto Ricans don't know that La Junta could stay and be preserved if the statehood bill passes?
And the answer is no.
Now, lastly, in the cases of Alaska and Hawaii, when they were admitted to the United States, they had a mandate that information about the legal effects of statehood and the transition be provided to those voters. Alaska and Hawaii had full information. Does HR 1522, the statehood bill, have any mandate at all that information about the legal effects of statehood be granted to voters the way that they were in Alaska and Hawaii?
And the answer is no.
So they are being treated differently, even compared to other recent communities that were recently admitted as states, most recently admitted as states into the country. Puerto Ricans deserve to have the full facts and information about what not only the statehood bill contains, but also what that transition would mean. Because we cannot make these decisions with a lack of information and find out afterwards that there are tax implications, financial implications, and status implications that may negatively affect their lives. And so our bill, HR 2070, it contains and guarantees and mandates a full information campaign so that Puerto Ricans know what they're voting for. It doesn't say no to statehood. It doesn't mandate independence. What it mandates is a fully informed and just process that Puerto Ricans deserve. So with that, I thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Cox Alomar, for your expertise, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady yields. Madam Ranking Member, is there any members on your side that we did not get to?
They're still on the floor.
Okay. As we said, that we're wrapping up this hearing, and I want to thank all of you, and for the sacrifice of time and the changes you had to go through to be here, the witnesses in particular. To all of you, thank you very much. It was a very good one. I mean, the process of decolonization of Puerto Rico and the path to self-determination is the goal. And the issues for me is full disclosure and transparency. The issue for me is the public's right to know. The issues for me is that there be a level of a public understanding and embrace on the part of Puerto Rican people on the island as to their path toward that self-determination. And statehood is one of the options, as my colleague, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said very clearly. There is, but also the process for me is to assure that those other important prerogatives that any voter, and certainly the people of Puerto Rico that have been left behind in federal policy and federal attention for too long, need to have. We're going to continue to go forward. I will work with the ranking member to continue a meeting. The process goes forward. These two pieces of legislation continue to be very much the focal point of what this committee will have to deal with. And then the other point I want to make is that I'm going to follow up with the Department of Justice in terms of the prerogatives and the powers of Congress and the and our legislative responsibility in terms of what we can and cannot do. There's been some really clear denunciations about you can't go any further than this because of constitutional limits and prohibitions. I'd like to get that opinion. I'd like to get that pretty clearly as to what the prerogatives are so that that argument is either continues, is validated or is off the table. Thank you very much. Representative Gonzalez Colon, thank you so much for your cooperation and for helping put this meeting together. With that, meeting's adjourned, and thank you so much.